They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's McDonough and Olasabo. These two peel out for the front. Conformist outside of those two in third, a length and a half off the lead. A length and a half further to Pot of Gold in fourth, then 2 lengths back to Nutsy in second last. And Anything Passable is on the outside at the back of the pack and about 9.5 lengths off the lead. It's Olasabo on the engine with a half mile to go. The lead's a length and a half. McDonough towards the inside. Conformist outside, second and third. Couple lengths to Pot of Gold, who resides in the fourth spot, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Then 2 more lengths back to Nutsy, who's starting to rally a little bit and is to the inside of Anything Passable, who trails the field. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Olasabo. Olasabo has the lead by a couple lengths over Conformist, who drifts out to the outside second. Pot of Gold's in third, but at least 7 lengths off the lead as they run down to the final furlong. It's Olasabo on top. Olasabo has the lead by about 8 lengths. The battle for second. Pot of Gold slips on through towards the inside, gets second over Conformist, but a no doubt about it winner in the opener here at Finger Lakes, Olasabo. Pot of Gold second, and it's close for third. Maybe Nutsy over. And second race at Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. And they're off. It's Lip and Law who's forwardly placed. Goodies Girls in a hurry in between horses. Those are the 2 quickest early on. Sky Runner is angled to the outside in third. And then it's Lilith's Moon. Gabby's Legacy scoots on through towards the inside, going from fifth up into a joint second. Doesn't really want to go through towards the inside and challenging for the top spot, though. And at the back is Malibu's Dynamite, who's about 9 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch here at Finger Lakes, 6 furlongs to go. Lip and Law has a lead by a half length over Goodies Girl, who's prompting outside second. Sky Runner 3 deep in third, a length and a half off the lead. Gabby's Legacy sets up shop in fourth, 3 off the lead. Then a gap of about 6 lengths to Lilith's Moon, who's about a length in front of Malibu's Dynamite, who's at the back of the pack as they travel up the backstretch. It's Lip and Law who has the lead still by a half length with a half mile to go. Goodies Girl pressing on the outside in second. Then it's Sky Runner in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Gabby's Legacy trying to launch a rally in the four-path in fourth, almost on even terms with Sky Runner. Then about 8 lengths to Malibu's Dynamite and a few more to Lilith's Moon, who trails the field. About a quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's Lip and Law who gets the better of Goodies Girl. Gabby's Legacy continues that rally on the outside, now up in the second. And fourth, it's Sky Runner as they run down to upper stretch here. Lip and Law, but Gabby's Legacy wrestles that lead away from her. And it's Gabby's Legacy with 1 furlong to go with the lead by about a half length over Lip and Law, who's all out in second. Many lengths back to Sky Runner in third. Then it's Malibu's Dynamite in deep stretch. It's Gabby's Legacy. Gabby's Legacy victorious over Lip and Law. Sky Runner third. Malibu's Dynamite, $32.60, exacta $61, 50-cent trifecta, $41, dime superfecta, $10.22. We're all in the gate, and they're off. Decent start, thin legs for an inside post, but it's Fast Fran who's getting that early lead over Thin Legs in second. Tasty Wave emerges in third. She Loves to Move in fourth. Remote deep on the course in fifth, 6.5 off the lead. Reiterate towards the inside in second last. And We Don't Believe Her is at the tail of the field and about 8 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn, and it's Fast Fran on top of Thin Legs. Tasty Wave in the catbird seat right behind the leaders in third, a length and a half off the lead. Then 4 lengths further to She Loves to Move. Mid-flight in fourth. Ramon deep on the course in fifth, and 2 lengths to Reiterate, who's 3 lengths in front of We Don't Believe Her, who's at the tail of the field, 3 across the track as they reach the top of the stretch. Thin Legs nearest the inside has that lead over Fast Fran in second. It's Tasty Wave in third. She Loves to Move on the stand side. Ramon is in fifth. They run to the 16th pole. It's Thin Legs who opens up by 3 lengths. Thin Legs over Tasty Wave and Ramon with a late rally, but it's Thin Legs in front. Second holding was Tastymus. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts on the 4th race. And they're off. Good start for Equinamus, who sends out for the lead. Tumbles, flashing early speed. I'm a lot of lady in the far outside, and here's Sweet Tooth Sue at the fence, up into a joint third. Then 2 lengths back to Sweet Lilac, who's about a length and a half in front of Joyful Departure, who trails the field. Half mile to go. It's Tumbles who has the lead over Equinamus. I'm a lot of lady outside, deep in the course in third, 2 lengths off the lead, but trying to advance. Sweet Tooth Sue towards the inside in fourth. 2 more lengths to Joyful Departure, who's out of last, and Sweet Lilac's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. I'm a lot of lady with the advantage over Tumbles. Equinamus and the red blinkers in third, as it's Sweet Tooth Sue goes wide. Followed up by Joyful Departure, is going to try and skim the inside. They got 3/16 left to travel. It's Tumbles. Tumbles has the lead over Amalada Lady. Joyful Departure up the inside, and then it's Sweet Tooth Sue. 16th to go. Tumbles in front. Joyful Departure up the inside late, but it's Tumbles with the advantage. Tumbles prevails over Joyful Departure. Sweet Tooth owner Julius Ashley, the trainer. Heman Harkey, the winning jockey. Paul Matisse Jr. bred Tumbles. Double 2740, exacta 65. And they're off. Good start, investment grade from an outside post, dashing out for the front end. Camus goes with that one in second. Echo 7 behind the speed in third. Let's Maga. Gringotts, Luna Loca make up the next flight, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Those 3 about 7 off the lead. Then a link back to Sabrine in second last and a margin of 2 to Make a Joyful Noise, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. It's Camus. Camus opens up by a length and a half. Investment Grade is all out in second. Then about 5 lengths back to Gringotts in third. Let's Maga 4th. Echo 7 blowing the turn, losing lots of valuable real estate. Sabrine passes her. Second last, Luna Loca, and Make a Joyful Noise is at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's Camus. Camus has the lead by about 6 lengths. Gringotts tries to cut into the margin in second, and then it's Let's Maga in third. Well inside the final furlong, it's Camus. Camus on top by about 6. Over Gringotts, who'll be second best to Camus. Camus tons the best. Gringotts second. Let's Maga third. 4th, Luna Loca. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Pretty good dispatch. It's Dharma who sends out for the lead. War Terminatrix. Cruise in to win, flashing early speed. Cruise in to win, War Terminatrix first and second. Sweet Carol James towards the inside third. Chick Azteca fourth. Crystal emerging in the far outside in fifth. Passing Toast to Success in sixth. Then in seventh place, that is Aram Carly Annie, followed up by Ruby's Pearl. Dharma's been shuffled back to ninth and about 9 lengths off the lead. A length back to Widow, who's about 6 lengths in front of Anna V, who trails the field. Sweet Carol James and Cruise in to win first and second. Crystal looks good on the turn in third, now up into second, a half length off the lead, and Crystal breezing up to the outside of Sweet Carol James. Chick Azteca is in fourth and 4.5 lengths off the lead. A couple lengths back to War Terminatrix as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Crystal. Crystal takes over from Sweet Carol James with 3/16 to go and is clear by about 4 lengths over the third place horse, and that is Chick Azteca. Here comes Dharma on the far outside, and Dharma exploding. Dharma was far back early on, and Dharma inhaling ground, getting up for the win. Chick Azteca gets second. Anna V rallies for third. Then it was post time for race number 7 in about 20 minutes at 4:04 p.m. On the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Boston Roxy from an inside post setting out for the front end. Bonfire Diva flashing early speed in second. Flattery's Music 3 deep in third, but about 3.5 lengths off the lead. Violent Vixen towards her inside in fourth. Diva Banker 4 wide in fifth. Bayou Melody even further out in 6, only 4.5 lengths off the lead. A space of 3 to Kaz Music in second last. Numeric trails the field. Entry into the turn. It's Bustin' Roxy on top of Bunfire Diva. These two duel for the top spot. They're clear by 2. Flattery's Music in a cluster of about 4 in third, as Diva Banker is outside of her with Bayou Melody, as it's Violent Vixen who skims the inside but getting shuffled. Kaz Music second last. Numeric trails the field as they reach the top of of the stretch. Bonfire Diva on top. Busted Roxy attempts to re-rally. Diva Banker gets every chance on the outside. Kaz Music is next, and Numeric is closing in on the grandstand side. Lots of chances here, 16th to go. Diva Banker, Kaz Music, Numeric. It's Kaz Music and Numeric, Kaz Music, Numeric. Kaz Music to the inside of Numeric. Annual Day Diego on number 8, Mischief Exposed. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. Post time. And they're off. Great start for Mischief Exposed from that outside post. Able to cross and clear at once. Marvelous Richards up the inside in second. Then it's A Knight's Courage in third. Saratoga Weekend mid-pack in fourth. A half length in front of Chicago Charlie. One of the firsters in fifth up into the top four. As it's Mano Imano is advancing on the extreme outside in fifth. Seventh place, 10-run rule. And then about 8 lengths to Solo Act, who trails the field. Mischief Exposed has done nothing wrong so far. 3 furlongs to go. Has a 4.5 length lead. A Knight's Courage is niggled upon in second. 3 lengths back, Chicago Charlie races in third. Mano Imanos in fourth, and 11 lengths off of the lead. And then it's Marvelous Richard who's towards the inside. 10-run rules in between horses as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Mischief Exposed comes off the turn, leading by 5 or 6 lengths. A Knight's Courage is all out in second, and then it's Mano Imano is on the grandstand side with Chicago Charlie, 16th to go. Mischief Exposed took the lead out of the starting gate and will go all the way on the front end. A Knight's Courage, Saratoga Weekend go for second. A Knight's Courage second, Saratoga Weekend 75 cents. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. First ladies and gentlemen, with pride, our national anthem. good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes listed as fast. Got about 60 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race, there are no scratches and no changes in the first. Race number 2. Number 6, Stegosaurus, is 4 pounds over. Race number 3. There are no changes. Race number 4. Number 3, Idle Gossip, 1 pound over. Race number 5. There are no changes. Race number 6 do have a couple scratches. Scratch part of the entry, the 1 Mortgage Rate. Scratch number 4, Jitter Juice. Mortgage Rate, Jitter Juice, 1 and 4 out of race 6. And Mortgage Rate is part of an entry. 7th race. Jockey change on number 7, Champagne Sunrise, to Rafael Rohina Jr. Rafael Rohina Jr. on number 7, Champagne Sunrise, in race number 7. 8th and final, there are no changes. I want to remind everyone that Finger Lakes Bonus Bets is offering an incredible 8% rewards on your Finger Lakes wagers. Wager $2,500 or more per month on racing from Finger Lakes to receive that 8% rebate, if you will. Patrons wagering over $1,000 a month on Finger Lakes races receive 6% rewards. New customers receive a $50 sign-up bonus once they've wagered $100. Everybody's talking about Finger Lakes BonusBets.com. You play, we pay. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Final day of the racing week. Got a pretty good card today. I just love the feature race today. It is, like a stakes, probably the best race of the year so far. Much like a stakes race in a sense that 3 of the horses in the feature race today are the last 3 winners of the George Barker Stakes, which is our annual first stake of the year around Memorial Day. The Barker Stakes, actually the winner, Tacony Road, is in there this year. You got Jack and Bernie, who's going to be the favorite. He won it last year. And, of course, Disco Dino, who pulled off a shocker off the layoff, won it back in 2023. Of course, Ladies Golden Guy, who was second, is in there as well. The Institute, who's no slouch. It's a good field for the feature race today. Probably better than the George Barker. Should be a good race. And that's our feature race on this Wednesday card. Do I remind everybody we are doing, the HPPA is doing their annual banquet, so they're going to announce the top performers of 2024. There'll be different categories, and including horse of the year. I mean, they have top 5,000 claimer, top middle claimer, top filly, top male. It's a lot of fun, and some of these horses could get rewarded for what they did last year, even though some of them have different trainers. But horse of the year looks like it's between, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, Sweet Brown Sugar and that Practical Runaway Joke were the two main contenders for the horse of the year. That'll take place on Friday. We'll announce those right after we know the results. All right, yesterday, speed was the name of the game. Track was quick. I mean, they were going 105 for 5.5 for the cheaper claimers. See if that trend continues. I know it had a lot to do with the rain that we had over the last couple of weeks. Has tightened this racetrack, and then it dries out, and it's quick, and it favors speed types. Most of the horses that won yesterday were either on or near the lead until late. I think it was the 6th and 7th race yesterday. They went a little quick up front, and the races collapsed, and they had a couple closers. I think the Murph won one of those with Kaz Music. That's 2 in a row for Kaz Music. That horse is sharp right now. That one was off the pace, and then he had a drop down that won the 5,000 made. Maybe that one was just simply much the best in there. Talking about Dharma. The rest of them were on or near the lead for most of the card, and you can tell by the times the track was when it's quicker, it's usually favoring horses that are on or near the lead. All right, let's look at today's card. In the sprint races, at least, I'm going to lean a little bit towards speed. I'm not trying to get any deep closes. I think I got caught doing that. I mean, I do handicap for a fair racetrack in the morning because you don't know how it's going to play. I had a little bit too many closers yesterday, so see, be a little sharper today with kind of matching with how this track has been playing. But the first race, a mile and a 70, and it is a number 1-3 condition. Now, this race does have plenty of speed in it when you consider the route. You got a couple sprinters stretching out. Dr. Gianelli's got route speed. Equinamus stretching out from the sprints, going to have route speed. And you would expect Regenerator, who's close up in sprints, to be up close. So, I'm not saying all those sprinters are going to be going for the lead or anything, but there is a good possibility you'll get a little bit of pace in this race. And considering the main contenders in here are horses that come from out of it, that's a positive for the picks that I have. I do like My Royal Vow. I mean, I thought the horse was over bet last time. It was our first start back from New York, and I know it was a short field, but Camus was pretty much the main speed of there, and you're trying to take a closer in a race that just simply didn't have a lot of pace. Horse off 4 to 5 actually ran pretty well. Made a nice move. It's a horse that probably just doesn't quite get there in these sprint races unless it's really at the mercy of the pace. Maybe get a couple horses battling, they back up and would have some punch, but she seems to be more of a router. She's by Broken Vow, and it looks like she's going to get a pace to run at today. And off of a good effort, I thought she actually ran very well. Sometimes you see beaten favorites, man, that one burned money or didn't run very well that day. That's not the case. I mean, they overbet the horse is what they did. I mean, it came in the way it was supposed to come in when Camus is the main speed. And you know what makes My Royal Vow look better too is Camus came back to win and came back to win convincingly. Granted, Camus took advantage of a speedy racetrack, but it makes Royal Vow race look better either way. And it pushes me more towards picking this horse as well. Dreamery might be a good little price in here, considering I'm looking at the early odds coming up right on your TV screen as I'm talking. You got, She Said My Way is the second choice, and Dreamery's up there at 6 to 1. And this is a much better distance for Dreamery. I mean, she must have liked the 6 furlongs better than the 4.5. But she's another one, like My Royal Vow. She's clearly at the mercy of the pace in those sprint races. She's kind of at the mercy of the pace in route races because she does come from out of it. But this should liven her up going a route. And she's a better router than she is sprinter just because she has no early speed. She's still a one-run horse. I mean, she's still going to make a run in the stretch and try to catch the speed. And at this distance, could happen. Like her chances a lot. Horse that is the morning line favorite is the 4. She Said My Way, obviously not out of it off a second place finish. But that was kind of a weaker route. I mean, Holiday Jazz, take the winner out of there. She did beat the rest of them, but yeah, there wasn't much else in there. I mean, Holiday Jazz won by a country mile, and she said My Way just kind of closed and passed some of the tiring horses. Beat In Traffic. In Traffic wouldn't win this race, but it was a sloppy racetrack. It was her first race over the track. She did actually have a little bit of a fitness edge on some of them because a lot of them hadn't gone long this year, and she was coming from Turf Paradise. But off of her form and numbers, she fits nicely here as well. I gotta hope some of this pace collapses because the 3 horses I got, as I was saying, I'm going to lean towards speed. Well, not in this race. It just seems like those 3 are just better than some of these sprinters stretching out. Okay, second race. We're going to go a distance of a mile. Flat mile here. It is a $5,000 maiden claimer. A lot of questions. Well, you know who the speed is. I mean, Stegosaurus has one way of going in sprints, and now they're going to send that horse long at a reduced level. These are the type that pull off upsets. So you see like 40, 50 to 1 shots win. It's a horse like Stegosaurus. They drop him in class, and all of a sudden they get out there at a mile and they just keep going. I didn't see it. I'm not picking the horse, but those are the long shot types that do upset. I'm going to go with Last Vintage. Troy Smith's got a couple live ones here early. Didn't really like the one in the first race, which is the favorite. And I actually like the one that's a little more of a price. And that's Last Vintage. Because I like the race, even though it's a sprint race, I like the race he comes out of. I know he didn't do anything in there, but there isn't much to beat in this race. You look at the horse, the winner was tons the best. The winner took off and might have won a maiden special weight as easily as that horse won. One With Everything actually came back to win. One With Everything looked like he was going to be a lifetime maiden, but he made a nice move and caught, I think it was that Army Mule horse right at the wire. Didn't think anybody was going to catch that horse, and ran big. The horse that was third, Mischief Exposed, that one ran back yesterday in the last race and won for fun. I mean, it did beat the gate and took advantage of a speed track, but won for fun. So it makes Last Vintage's race look that much better. It turns into a key race. Even though he wasn't close, he's better bred for the route anyway. He's better bred. I mean, the mile races he has aren't that good. When he cut back in distance is when he ran well at Turf Paradise. But arguably those are a little better maidens than what he faces here. The race came up very weak. I mean, who do you like in here? I mean, Bloodhound does drop, but he's questionable as far as the distance. Giant Impact's going to get the weight off, and he drops. But his route races were as a 2-year-old, and it wasn't like they were going fast times. It's a race it's a good race to take a little bit of a price, although it's hard to fall in love with the horses that, I mean, you can't you can't really hope for Stegosaurus to go all the way. I guess that's a good price. But you do have some drop downs. I mean, HB Pleasance, that one's dropping from a special weight. Could Wake Up, Waiting for AI has run against better. You pretty much got all drop downs, with the exception of the horse that I picked, the horse in the condition, Last Vintage. See how that works out for me. But the rest of them do drop in here, and that's usually a good angle here at Finger Lakes. But the horses that are dropping, none of them have very good form. I mean, Giant Impact ran against special weights, but those are 2-year-olds. The 2-year-old special weights are putting up numbers that are not as good as the 5,000 maidens. So it's hard to gauge this horse. You know he can go long. His route races aren't bad, even though they're weaker 2-year-old races. But his first route of the year, just wasn't impressed by it. I mean, Well Suited was the logical horse in there. He Well Suited would beat this field. I guess you'll look at it like that. And we do introduce Alex Marie Cintron to Finger Lakes. See how she does, and Giant Impact Logical horse for the top barn. Would expect this horse to take a lot of money. Bloodhound also drops, but stretches out for the first time. There's some route breeding in there, a little bit on the dam side. I just think it's more sprint. But we're talking a mile, not a mile and a half here for Bloodhound. And he shows some form. At least you go back to when he was a 2-year-old, ran second on the artificial surface. Seems like that's a better surface for Bloodhound. Could be any kind. But again, form is not good on a lot of these $5,000 maidens, but a lot of them do drop. Could be an interesting race. Third race. We're going to start the early pick 4. Here we go again. I mean, one of these, it was only a 4-horse field. And what was surprising about Bustin' Away and Don't Lose Cruise's last race, I mean, Don't Lose Cruise went after Bustin' Away. Don't Lose Cruise has never really showed that kind of speed in a sprint. I mean, he has been a little more aggressive in route races, but I've never really seen here Don't Lose Cruise send all out like that. Probably trying to beat Bustin' Away, putting it to him. Well, he did. Well, he didn't beat Bustin' Away. Well, he got Bustin' Away beat, I guess is how you kind of look at it. I don't think he's going to do the same thing. I mean, it is only 5.5. I mean, you got Saratoga Banker, who would be the more likely one to show speed and keep Bustin' Away honest. That Don't Lose Cruise doesn't have to do that. I mean, he basically sacrificed himself to try to beat Bustin' Away. Considering it was 6 furlongs, I was very surprised by the tactics. I don't expect him to do that today. And actually, he might be getting the better trip if Saratoga Banker decides to be the one aggressive and go after Bustin' Away. And there's a very good possibility of that because Saratoga Banker does have good early speed, and that's his running style. So Don't Lose Cruise would be the one to get the trip. I don't know. I mean, let's face it. Last year, Bustin' Away was better than these horses, without question. He was undefeated at Finger Lakes, and he kept beating Don't Lose Cruise every time they faced. I just don't know what's going on with this horse. I mean, he barely beat Sharpez. It seemed like he had to work to do it, but again, that's his first start off of a long layoff. You give that to him, okay? He still won. Last race, even with the duel with Don't Lose Cruise, I was surprised he still got caught by Crypto Causeway. Congratulations to Donna Beretta, by the way. Crypto Causeway is more of a router, but just simply took advantage in a short field of a big-time pace duel up front because Don't Lose Cruise went after Bustin' Away. Well, if Saratoga Banker goes after him, may soften up Bustin' Away. And maybe if Don't Lose Cruise backs off a little bit, he might pass him. But I just think the third start off the layoff here, again, it was a long layoff since last year, so maybe fitness has been an issue these first 2 races of the season for Bustin' Away. Third start off layoff, maybe we'll see the Bustin' Away from last year, and it won't matter what Saratoga Banker does and Don't Lose Cruise does, because last year, this horse easily beats this field. He did show vulnerability because he got pressed in the feet last time, and maybe he was shortening up to 5.5. Could give him enough of an advantage to get to the winner's circle. Again, Don't Lose Cruise could get the trip. I got him second. He does seem like a horse that gets second more than wins. And then Saratoga Banker moves back into the allowance condition after running for the waiver. It's not like he was truly a claiming horse the last 2. He's just in there taking advantage of running protected with a waiver claim. And he got beat by a good one, New York Anthem, and they went a fast time, 59 and change. But he also got beat by Sutton Breeze. So I don't know what's going on if Saratoga Banker's good enough with. If Bustin' Away wasn't in the race, you can make a strong case for this horse. But maybe he's improving. Third start off the layoff. Just seems like he's the other Ferraro trainee in here. And there's a good chance they could run one. They're going to team up after they said because they're both Ferraro, you wouldn't expect Saratoga Banker to go after Busway. I'm not sure what the tactics will be, to be honest with you, when you see that both are trained by M. Anthony Ferraro, that maybe Saratoga Banker goes to the lead and Busway says, I would expect Bustin' Away to go to the lead. He's got the rail, so I'm not sure why Saratoga Banker's in here, unless he is going to maybe sit off of Bustin' Away, because he's going to compromise Bustin' Away. If he goes to the front, Bustin' Away's forced to sit off. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what the tactics will be this race. I just think Bustin' Away's the best horse in this race. And yeah, I honestly don't expect Bustin' Away and Saratoga Banker to duel. But I don't expect Don't Lose Cruise to go after him again like that either. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there in the third race with the pace scenario. Fourth race, an allowance race, never won 3, going 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, again, I'm going to lean towards speed a little bit today, watching how the track is played the last week and especially yesterday. I think Mama Gigi could get the lead in here over Idle Gossip. Idle Gossip's got speed, but it's more speed as a 2-year-old. And Beauty Spangle's probably not as fast. I just think Mama Gigi's the speed of the race. And Mama Gigi, if she gets the lead in here, she's going to be tough. She's looking for 3 in a row. Now, Andre Worry gets off this one to ride on Unicorn Cake. And I do think, in general, Unicorn Cake is probably the better horse. That horse was well met, was in some stakes races early in her career. And I think as the season goes on, she'll be running in bigger and better spots. But from a pace standpoint, I thought Mama Gigi might have the advantage here. And she's sharp right now. I mean, she's looking for 3 in a row. Got to go a little further than the first start, but she did go 5.5 and won at 5.5 last time against Ball Kitten. I mean, she battled that race to get that victory. And Ball Kitten's very good on an off track. So I'll use that one on top. Unicorn Cake at 4-1, I thought would be tough in here. I mean, she is off the layoff, and that's the big question mark with her off the layoff. But you talk about a horse that just simply had some bad racing luck. I was very impressed with her when she won in August of last year. She took off and absolutely crushed that allowance field. She just never repeated the effort, but then again, she had some excuses. She caught slop a couple races in a row. She got caught chasing on a strong speed bias against Star's Delight, and then ran into a tough one to run second to Ringy Dingy that day. That was a tough group, and again in the slop. And then she had the bad start in her last start of the year. So she's had her excuses. She comes back here off the layoff. I think she's better than these horses, but who knows if she needs one here. It's a tough group still. And again, I would lean towards Mama Gigi because of the speed. Now, Lose Redemption, she looked good winning last time. I usually don't like the horses coming in after winning at 30,000. I mean, she was running against the 30,000, 40,000 New York bred maidens in New York and came in and looked good beating a 2 lifetime allowance field. Obviously, the water's deeper here, much tougher field for Lose Redemption. But maybe she's just going good because she took a while to break her maiden. She was running on the turf and early in her career. But she put up a good number last time. Maybe she likes this track and she can move to the 3 lifetime and keep it going. Got her third. 4, 1, and 2 in race number 4. Remember, that starts the pick 5, the late pick 5. That's what I'm used to. That one has the carryover. Remember, the early one starting in the first. Yeah, that one you can get 4 out of 5 if we have a crazy day. Long shots. Like that one day we had the 3 long shots in the first 4 races. And, oh, man, that was crazy. And 2 of them were 4-horse fields. That was the funny part of that. This is a tricky one. This 11-9 claimer, non-winners of a race since a date, never won 4 races. Goes the distance of 1.70 miles. Man, the top two contenders are both off a layoff. That's what makes this race tricky. What's My Category came off a long layoff last time, but another one that hasn't had a route since February of last year. 30 Oysters got speed, but he's not really this class level, and neither is Central Love. You got to think the horses on the left side of the page, I say, what Pan Man likes to say, the grandma box here. You got Brother Jeremiah and Dates Freedom are better horses than the rest of them. The problem is they're both off of a layoff. Dates Freedom was claimed, didn't do anything, and then claimed back by Ferraro and started to win again. He knows this horse, obviously. He had trouble trip last time he was seen in November. Does he need a race? Well, for our horses, you talk about the best trainer at the track, so he may not. But I think Brother Jeremiah is actually a little bit better horse. The problem with Brother Jeremiah has been the nose for the wire. He's got more seconds and thirds than victories, but he seems to always run a good race, especially going long, I should say. I mean, he even ran off the layoff last year and ran second, came close to winning a 6-furlong race. Well, they're going to try him long off the layoff this time. Again, his main rival, Dates Freedom, is off a layoff as well. I mean, they're both good trainers, John Bugley, Michael S. Ferraro, and it's just a matter of who's sharper. Buckley's more known for winning off the layoff than Mike is, but the thing is, Dates Freedom might be better off the layoff. It makes it a tricky race just because neither one of them have raced this year. Now, that's the advantage that Mr. Einstein might have. It will be his first route of the year, but at least he's got that sprint race under his belt. I think it was before that sprint race, he had a nice work going into that race. He was running as starters last year, and he had a couple really nice efforts during the season that puts him right there against these. I mean, I think his best race was when Steiner was still sharp. He ran a good second behind drop-down Steiner. That horse is good and quick. So his advantage would be having the race under his belt, stretching out. Maybe he could pull off the upset over Brother Jeremiah and Dates Freedom, who are the best two horses in the race. They figured to be the two horses to beat, but again, could be vulnerable because they haven't raced this year. And it's not usually a good thing to play here at Finger Lakes. Horses off the layoff going a route. They don't win a lot. All right, sixth race, we start the late pick 3, scratch the 1 part of entry mortgage rate, scratch the 4, Jitter Juice. I thought Ribbons and Medals might have hung a little bit last time, but the horse he was up against, Emerald Forest, was a drop down, was a heavy favorite, and he gave him a battle. I mean, they battled right to the wire, and Ribbons and Medals, almost pulled off the upset, took a photo to beat him. He looked like the winner coming down the stretch. I'm actually surprised he got beat. But it was one of those cases, did he hang a little bit? But I mean, you can't really say that because he did battle so well. It just looked like he was going to win and draw away from Emerald Forest. But again, Emerald Forest would be a heavy favorite against this field. And off the number, I got to take Ribbons and Medals on top here. There's no such rival when you talk about Emerald Forest. So when you look at this field, it's a lackluster field, with the exception of maybe Busting Credit, but that horse is off a layoff. And he looks like he's got speed to run at. Production Credit and Son of Darkness both have speed in here. And at 5.5, same distance as last time, he really only needs to repeat that effort. Now Louis Perez is going to be riding for the first time. Caber Coyle will start his days today. He's on days. A lot of seconds for Ribbons and Medals. It's my only concern, but I do think he's better than this field. I think a good long shot for the upset would be the 3, Going to Be Dancing. I liked his last race. I know he finished off the board. He was kind of an unthreatening third. He kind of backed away the day Sigler, John's protege, won at 5.5. I don't think this is his best distance, to be honest, but I like his last race in the sense that he was chasing wide. He made a nice move around the turn, still wide, and just kind of flattened out. But it wasn't like he was backing up. He wasn't moving forward either. He's just one of those horses that runs his race every time, with the exception of down in Tampa. That was some tough competition. But you look at the last few races. I know he finished fifth, but he's only beaten a few lengths. He's chasing a pace that backed up. A deep closer, Nutsy, won the race. I thought he ran very well, considering he didn't hit the board. He's one of those sneaky ones. Oh, he didn't hit the board last time. How are you picking him? Because if you watch the race that he ran, considering he was wide, and considering the move he made, he just kind of flattened out. He doesn't seem like a horse that wants to really pass horses either. He's a better horse that's on the front end, but he's not going to make the front end against a lot of these. I mean, he won't, not in here especially, but he could get a nice trip right in behind Production Credit and Son of Darkness being inside. So I like his chances to at least hit the board here. The 8-horse Busting Credit, if he's on his game, he's going to win. It's just that simple. You'll see this a lot. A lot of horses were running against tougher. They dropped to 5,000 at the end of the year, and then they're eligible to come back for the waiver claim. I think what you're going to see is a new trend this year or the next, because people are going to catch on to that, and you're going to see horses claimed at the end of the year and wintered. But a lot of these horses are doing that, and he won for fun, went in for 5,000. So he's better than 5,000 claimers, but he's off a layoff. See how he does. Production Credit, I'm going to use as a long shot for fourth to survive any pace duel. He's better than that last race. Hints there. I just don't. He stopped badly. This is actually his best distance too. I mean, he's 5 of his 6 career wins have been 5.5. I think if you draw a line through Production Credit's last race, where he just got out-battled in there, I don't know. I don't have a huge excuse for him to run as badly as he did. I mean, he just got put away, and then he just called it a day, basically. It's not like they went that fast, though, when you talk about 47 and change. But it was a better field than this one overall. So I think he can bounce back and get into the number, and he should be a good price in here, considering how poorly he run last time. I don't think anybody's going to be jumping in and throwing down on Production Credit. All right, now's the feature race of the day, and it is a good one. It is an optional claiming allowance. 30,000 is the tag. I think Disco Dino is the only one that's actually up for sale here and for the tag. Oh, Pompous Prince as well. So you got Pompous Prince and Disco Dino. Pompous Prince right off of the claim, moving up for David Rivera. Aggressive move for David. Move him up there and win 30,000. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, you got the last 3 winners of our first stakes race of the year, the George W. Barker Stakes, including this year's winner, Tacony Road, who won in such a big upset. But over the last couple of years, the best sprinter on the grounds has been Jack and Bernie. Unfortunately, he was lightly raced last year. He only made 2 starts at Finger Lakes. Well, obviously, he won them both. He won them both pretty easily, beating Pompous Princes in here, and beating the other George Barker winner, if there's some trivia for you, the last George Barker winner that wasn't in this field, Flying Emperor. Then Flying Emperor ran second to Jack and Bernie in that race in the George Barker back in 2024, last year. His only loss was at Saratoga, and I tell you what, he almost won that one, surviving the duel. And that was very close. Yeah, he's coming off level. Again, only 3 starts last year. First start since August of last year, so there's going to be some vulnerability. But he's got some work to do. They waited on him, it looks like. They didn't try him in the Barker, maybe because of the long layoff since August. Gave him another work or so. So I think this horse is going to be sharp enough here. He is better than these horses. I got him on top, although, Disco Dino has proven that he can run well fresh. Yes, Jack and Bertie won the Barker off the layoff last year. Disco Dino won the Barker off the layoff back in 2023. And that was a little more of a surprise because He was 37-1 that day. He's been relatively lightly raced since then, but he did have that big upset in July of last year going to Saratoga. Who can forget that? He won at 34-1. I think you wait till Disco Dino's a long shot. That's when you play him. But he is off the layup, but he runs well fresh. I basically got a two-speed number here with Jack and Bernie and Disco Dino. Now, Ladies Golden Guy will probably change tactics here. He's been sharp. He went after Looms boldly. He kind of sacrificed himself trying to win the race. And you can't blame him. It's an interesting spot to be in. Do you sit off of Looms boldly and let that horse go lead and try to make a run at him and try to beat him that way? Or do you take it to Looms boldly and just hope you hold off the closers? You kind of, damned if you do, darned if you, I can't say that, I don't want to swear. You're if you do it or if you don't. The Ladies Golden Guy still ran a very big race. He actually won that battle with Looms boldly after winning the race before. He'll be making his third start off the layoff, but it's almost like this horse is back on his game this year. Granted, he was supposed to win that first start of the year anyway. He was probably one of the strongest bets of the year. You could even almost use the C word that he was a cinch, but he still got a break. He wasn't 1-5 or anything, but he won like he was supposed to. He's the main speed of the race and won for fun. But last time he got softened up because he's trying to win the race going after Looms boldly. Well, today you would expect with a stablemate of Jack and Bernie, who's more of the speed type, that he's going to sit and make a run. It may work out for him if Jack and Bernie and Disco Dino soften each other up in a battle. And he could be the sharper horse of the three just because he's had a couple races this year and the other two are off a layoff. Stable, and they're longer layoffs. I mean, Disco Dino's been off since September. Jack and Bernie's been off since August, where Ladies Golden Guys had the two stars. So in that sense, he might be able to win the race. Now, because he got softened up in that Barker Stakes, Tacony Road took full advantage. I can't take Tacony Road at 3. Congratulations to the Murph and everything. But let's face it, he took advantage of a speed duel up front to win that race. I mean, I really liked his mother. I mean, Finger Painter was the best horse that Tim Murphy had prior to some of the good ones he's got now. She was a real nice horse, and it's nice to see that one of her offspring's a stakes winner. He could take advantage if Jack and Bernie and Disco Dino do battle, but Ladies Golden Guy's not going to be softened up for him to pass that one as well because he's going to be rating. But I put him in the number here and go with a 6-5-4-2. Good. Excellent. Feature race. Best race of the year. And I don't have to have any Lasix talk about this race because they're all allowed to use the medication because it isn't a stakes race. All right, last race. 5,000 claimer. Now where's the race that's a date or never won 4 races. It goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Yeah, it's competitive. Brock Boninoff won't have it easy, but you got to think that he's going to be sharper off of the first start of the year. A little concerned about the 6 furlongs. He would be, but except for he has performed well going 3 quarters. It's just a matter of how much he's got to use to get the lead here. I don't know how fast Baybank is going to be off of the layoff. Norgay is not as fast as Brock Boninoff. So he's outside. If he breaks well, he can get the front, and it's going to be tough for them to catch him. Although it is 6 furlongs, but if the track, like I said, I'm leaning towards speed today. If the track's like yesterday, they won't catch him. He got beat by a deep closer last time, but it was also, again, his first start of the year, and maybe he just came up a little bit short. I don't have any other real excuse. They went 47. Old Man Winner is probably the best shot to beat him. Old Man Winner, yeah, I mean, he didn't have the best trips. I mean, it does say that he checked. It was one of those things, I think Michael was just trying to get the horse off the rail, so it didn't look like he checked. It looked like he just kind of took him off the rail, tried to go around, and was waiting and trying to make one run with him, and it was just too late. Nutsy already made his move by him. So it kind of looked like that's what he was doing with the horse last time. He gets a little more distance today, 6 furlongs, going an extra half furlong, and maybe he could run down Brock Moninoff with a cleaner trip and not worrying about trying to get off the rail and all whatever other stuff he was doing right there. Norgay's been in good form. Couple second place finishes in a row. Goes 3/4. Not his best distance, though. He seems like he's better going 5.5. So I'll throw him in for third. They'll throw in the 3, Maddie's Express. Man, David Iola horses are firing lately. He had one that almost pulled off an upset a couple days ago in the last race. Man, they're going good. And he's a great trainer. And so I never could discount his horses. He comes out of a race won by Olazabal going a route. Olazabal came back to win for fun yesterday. Of course, Olazabal got an easy lead on a speed favoring racetrack. But that one did turn back and win the race. So Maddie's Express, not out of this one, cutting back to 6 furlongs himself. So I'm going to go with the 4th. And I will go with the 7-6, 1-3 in today's finale. All right, that's the card for today. It is the final race of the race week. Remember, the feature race, looking forward to that one, is in race number 7. And again, features the last 3 George Barker winner, the Ladies Golden guy who got second in the George Barker. It's a really good one. I mean, Disco Dino won it off at 37-1 a couple years ago. Should be a lot of fun. We got live racing continuing next. We're going to continue with the Monday through Wednesday. They got the awards banquet Friday. I'll announce all the winners when we come back on Monday. So next live day will be that Monday card with a first post of 1 o'clock.
Horses coming on the track. First race from Finger Lakes. No changes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Norgay and John Barrios. Number 2 is Gliding a Fleet and Jose Baez. Number 3, Maddie's Express, Kevin Navarro. Number 3 is Regenerator, Christian Navarro. Number 4 is She Said My Way and Andre Worry. Number 5, Dreamery and Luis Perez. And last but not least, number 6, Dr. G and Alley and Nazario Alvarado. Track is fast. First race starts the early 50-cent pick 5 with a mandatory daily payout. 5 minutes to race number 1. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Track is fast. 3-5 favorite. Number 1, My Royal Vow. Dreamery goes in. Dr. G and Alley to the outside. And they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start. Regenerator zips out for the front. Dr. G and Alley forwardly placed, tries to get over from an outside post in second. Equinamus, My Royal Vow are third and fourth. Dreamery is 3 wide around that first turn and second last. In the gray, She Said My Way sets up shop at the back of the pack and is only about 6 lengths off the lead. As they navigate the first turn, it's Regenerator who's on top. The lead's a length and a half. Dr. G and Alley improving a tiny bit on the outside in second. Equinamus backs off the pace in third. Length and a half to Dreamery in the green silks in fourth. To the outside of My Royal Vow, the 1-4 favorite in fifth. 3.5 lengths off the lead, and 2 more lengths to the gray, She Said My Way, who trails the field. Equinamus makes a move up the backstretch from third up into the lead. Equinamus will have the lead with a half mile to go. Leads 2 lengths. Regenerator is now in chase mode second. My Royal Vow is up the inside in a joint third with Dr. G and Alley. Dreamery has about 6 lengths to make up, and 4 lengths to She Said My Way, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go in the opener. Equinamus made that early move for the front end. Has a lead by 2 lengths. The chalk, My Royal Vow, is a clear-cut second. Dr. G and Alley's in third, but 8 lengths off the lead. Dreamery's up the inside. Regenerator has no more to offer. She Said My Way has trailed throughout as they reach the top of the stretch, and it's Equinamus who's homeward bound. He has the lead by a length and a half. My Royal Vow attempts to reel that one in on the outside in second. 1 furlong to go. Equinamus, My Royal Vow challenging on the outside. My Royal Vow alongside Equinamus. 16th to go. Equinamus digs in. My Royal Vow on the outside. Here's the winning line. It's a head bobber, but Equinamus got a good bob there with My Royal Vow. A few more lengths back to the Dreamery and Dr. G and Alley. Photo finish. Please hold all tickets. Time for the mile, 70 yards, 147.58. Number 2, Equinamus first at 16 to 1. Defeating the favorite number 1, My Royal Vow. Third, number 5, Dreamery. Fourth, number 6, Dr. G and Alley. first race official. Equinamus pays $34.40 to win. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Equinamus. New York bred, 4-year-old Bay Filly by Connect out of Stormy Perrone. Robert and Tammy Klimaszewski, the ownership. Linda Dixon, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. The owners are also the breeders of Equinamus. $2 exacta, $58.50, 50-cent trifecta, $28.12, dime super, $19.77. Second race from Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time for race number 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:30 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2. And what a finish to that one. Joel Cruz ride very well this year. He was off to a hot start in 2025. He made an early decisive move to the front on the inside, and maybe kind of taking a shot of how the track's been the last couple of days, that would have an advantage. Now, My Royal Val looked like she was going to go by, maybe hung a little bit in the late stages, but Equinamus pulls off a big upset in the first. Linda Dixon was off to a little bit of a cold start, now winning twice this week. Congratulations to her and Hector. Second race, 5,000 maiden claimer. It goes a mile. Tricky race. It's a lot of drop downs in here. A lot of drop downs when not the best form, trying to go a route. You got HB Pleasance dropping from a special weight. Waiting for AI drops from the 11 to 9. Bloodhound drops. His Giant Impact drops from the 11 to 9. And Stegosaurus, who will say catch me if you can, will be dropping to 5 as well. The horse that isn't dropping is the 4 Last Vintage, but very well bred for the route. I have a dam by Bertrando, California bred. We don't have a lot of California breds here at Finger Lakes. Not the best form like the rest of them. He dropped to 5 last time in a sprint and just was in too tough. I mean, the horse that won was tons the best. The horses that were second and third both came back to win out of that race. Mischief Exposed won for fun in the finale yesterday. So the question is going to be the mile. And again, there's some question about some of these drop downs, but Last Vintage should enjoy extra yardage according to the breeding, and is one of a few you can make a case for. The 5 Giant Impact gets the weight off with an apprentice that's new to here, and the weight advantage should be a big advantage when you talk about horses at this level going a mile. This one stopped last time at the 11 to 9 level, so they'll try for 5, and was running against mostly 2-year-olds when running against special weights last year. Again, doesn't have to be much against these, and maybe the drop will help. The good point is the horse does have some speed, but there is some other speed in here with some horses that are sprinting and stretching out. And of course, Stegosaurus, who figures to be the speed of the speed that might try to steal it from the outside. And that's an interesting one. He's taking a little bit of money in here, but he's been stopping in the sprints. He did try going long before, open up the big lead as you expected him to do in the slop, and just tired, I guess is the nice way to put it. Well, they've been trying everything. They tried him on the artificial surface of Presque Isle, and now they're just going to try him for 5. On this racetrack, it could be now or never. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got 5 minutes to post.
Horses are coming on the track for the second race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is HB Playance and Heman Harkey. Number 2, Waiting for AI and Luis Pena. Number 3, Bloodhound, Nazario Alvarado aboard. Number 4, Last Vintage, Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Giant Impact, Alexa Marie Cintron, the rider. And number 6, Stegosaurus, Juan Diaz. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Bloodhound going up. Last Vintage. Giant Impact and Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Bloodhound broke well. HB Playance from an inside post, intent on making the front end, and HB Playance will win the race into the first turn. Stegosaurus on the far outside, advancing up into second. Bloodhound tugging a little bit at the jockey in third. 2 more lengths back to Giant Impact in fourth. Second last Vintage, in a space of about 5 lengths to Waiting for AI, who's at the back of the pack. As they angle on to the backstretch, HB Playance has the lead. Pressure from Stegosaurus outside in second. A margin of about 2 lengths to Giant Impact, who is up into third. Bloodhound loses a spot in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. A space of 3.5 lengths back to Last Vintage, who's about 8 lengths in front of Waiting for AI, who's at the back of the pack. Half mile to go. HB Playance has led every step of the way. Giant Impact continues that rally outside second. Bloodhound reclaims third. Stegosaurus drops back in fourth. Last Vintage will have to negotiate traffic and 6 lengths off the lead, and about 7 lengths back to Waiting for AI, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. HB Playance and Giant Impact, and these two spar for the lead. They're clear by 7. Bloodhound is under a heavy drive in third, as well as Last Vintage in fourth, followed up by Waiting for AI in fifth as they turn into the stretch. HB Playance tries to turn away Giant Impact, and HB Playson has a lead by about a length over Giant Impact, who challenges outside second. A few more lengths back to Waiting for AI in third. 16th to go. HB Playson turns away Giant Impact. Waiting for AI with a late rally up the inside, but it's HB Playson today. Waiting for AI, I think, gets second over Giant Impact. Then it was Last Vintage. Number 1, HB Plaisance first. It's a photo for second. Goes to the 2, Waiting for AI. Third, number 5, Giant Impact. Fourth, number 4, Last Vintage. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, HB Plaisance. New York bred, 3-year-old beginning by Big Brown out of January. Stacy Torelli, owner trainer, and one of the breeders with Donna Salmons and Heman Harkey, the winning jockey. 680, the winning mutual on HB Plaisance. Double, $140.50. Exacta, $96 even. 50-cent try, $66.37. Dime Super, $33.55. Race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Good optional claiming allowance race. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. There's a pick 4 that starts on race number 3. Pick 4 wagering available. Post time for race number 3 in about 20 minutes at 2 p.m.
All right, about 10 minutes to post for race number 3. And Torelli and the Niz, they take advantage of that good inside position and get the victory. Heeman Harkey aboard is a good effort by waiting for AI as well, coming up the inside at a 1-2 inside number in race number 2 at the mile. All right, third race, an optional claiming allowance, 10,000 the tag, the optional tag. Nobody's in for that, so they're in for the allowance condition of the 2 state bred. Now this one starts the early pick 4, and it features, Busted Away and Don't Lose Cruise will knock heads again in here, possibly. Tactics are going to matter in this race. You got 2 M. Anthony Ferraro horses with Bustin' Away, who's got speed, obviously, and you got the speed of Saratoga Banker, so it'll be interesting to see what they do, because Don't Lose Cruise, who doesn't show speed, actually went after Bustin' Away last time, and there's no other speed in the race. So, yeah, tactics could matter in a race like this, but you would think that Bustin' Away, shortening up to 5.5, might just go from the rail and win this one. But he did get softened up by Don't Lose Cruise last time, and it was the deep closer, more of a router, Crypto Causeway for Donna Beretta, that ended up pulling off the major upset. But that was 6 furlongs. This is 5.5. And the other part of it is this horse was off from July till April. A long time away from the races. He did win that race, but maybe he needs a couple races to really get back to where the old Bustin' Away was during that big 3-year-old season he had last year. That was his first defeat at Finger Lakes last time. And again, maybe shorten it up today. He hasn't lost at this distance, so maybe the 5.5 could get him to the winner's circle again. Mentioned Don't Lose Cruise. Don't Lose Cruise went right after his rival. Busted Away's beaten him every time they face. That's the big thing, though. They faced 3 times, and he's won every time. But Don't Lose Cruise always makes a good account of himself. He has to keep running against horses like Runaway Joke, who's up for Horse of the Year, Bustin' Away, who was like a stakes horse last year. He ran 3rd in a stakes race last year. But, he came out, I don't know if that was the best tactics last time. He was trying to beat Bustin' Away. Well, he got him beat, but he himself ended up finishing last because of it. But maybe he got a lot out of the race being so aggressive, and you could see the best effort from Don't Lose Cruise, and maybe he could turn the tables on Busted Away in this race. The other M. Anthony Ferraro horse is the 5 Saratoga Banker. He's been in for the waiver claim the last 2 races. Hasn't really run as sharp as he did last year either, but again, he's making his 3rd start off the layoff as well. Just be interesting to see what they do with this horse. I would assume that they're going to have more of a stalking trip here, but Busted Away might have the advantage of being on that good inside. 7 minutes to post for the 3rd. Exacta Try Super Daily Double Pick 3 and Pick 4 starts with this race.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. No changes. Here's your field. Here's your big favorite, number 1, Bustin' Away, and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Doc Advantage, Jeremias Flores the jockey. Number 3, Don't Lose Cruise and Luis Perez. Number 4, Hey Hey Harry, Andre Worry aboard. And number 5, Saratoga Banker, Sofia Vivez in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the third race from Finger Lakes. Quality field of 5 to go 5.5 furlongs. 1 to 2 on number 1, Bustin' Away. Doc Advantage going up. Don't Lose Cruise. Hey Hey Harry. And Saratoga Banker. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Saratoga Banker wins the break and jets out for the lead. Bustin' Away, flashing early speed towards the inside in second. Don't Lose Cruise in third to the outside at Doc Advantage. And 2 more lengths to Hey Hey Harry. He's at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. It's Saratoga Banker who's made the front end, has the lead by a half length over Doc Advantage, who's in between runners. Don't Lose Cruise 3 wide third. Bustin' Away off the pace today in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead and 3 lengths back to Hey Hey Harry, who trails the field. Saratoga Banker Bustin' Away, able to thread his way through traffic in between runners, up into second, and as they turn into the stretch, Saratoga Banker has the lead, but Bustin' Away has clear running room if good enough, and then a few more lengths back to Doc Advantage and Hey Hey Harry. 1 furlong to go, and it's Bustin' Away who overhauls Saratoga Banker in mid-stretch, and Bustin' Away scampers clear by a little over a length over Saratoga Banker. It's Bustin' Away who wins by a neck over Saratoga Banker. Hey Hey Harry third. Doc Advantage fourth. One five four two. Number 1, Bustin' Away first. 5.5 furlongs in 104.57. M. Anthony Ferraro trained horses go 1-2 in race number 3. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Bustin' Away. Now 6 for 8 lifetime. And 5 for 6 on the Finger Lakes Dirt. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Bustin' Stones out of La Rignana. Michael D. Tommaso is the owner. M. Anthony Ferraro, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. 2 wins on the day for Joel Cruz. Hibiscus Stables, bred, Bustin' Away. $2 double, $16.20. $3.30 the winning mutual, by the way. $2 exacta, $9.40. 50-cent try, $9.35. Dime super, $3.97. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pig 5 wagering. Post time for race number 4 in 21 minutes at 2:30 p.m.
Okay, get ready for the fourth race. As that race was dominated by M. Anthony Ferraro. I guess there were some anxious moments with the favorite because the other one was put on the rail and on the lead where you want to be, and so busting away really had to earn it, and made it a little tougher for that one to get the victory, but ended up being a M. Anthony Ferraro exacta in race number 3, busting away back on her game. Fourth race, an allowance race, fillies and mares, non-winners of 3 condition. This race starts the late pick 5. This is the one with the carryover. You see a lot of early play for Lose Redemption. Man, she ran good last time. For a horse that just broke her maiden against 30,000 state breds in New York, she came here and looked good beating the 2 lifetime allowance horses. Big step up here in a sense that this is a much tougher field for Lose Redemption than the one that she just beat, but maybe she's sharp enough and likes this track, because it did take her a while to get through that maiden condition in New York through the 30,000s. To come here and win the 2 lifetime first time was a really big effort for this horse. Is very well bred out of a dam by Spitestown, a Catholic boy. We've seen a few of those. 4 to 5 is the price on her. She's well liked. The 4-horse Mamba Gigi looks to be the speed in here, and she's sharp. She won in Gate to Wire in the fastest time of the year in the first start or the first race of the year on opening day. She went 52. The horses that were second and third came back to win their next start, and then she followed up with a big effort as she had to outbattle Mud Lovin' Bald Kitten to the wire. And that was a good field for the 2 lifetime that she beat in the slop. So she's looking to make it 3 in a row, and it looks like she might have a tactical edge if she's able to get to the front in here and get to the rail, because that's where you want to be. You know, our cake is going to break on the rail, and she's better than most of these horses. It's just a matter of getting the right kind of trip. She looked good when she won the 2 lifetime first race over the track, but then never really got the right kind of racing luck after that. Caught a sloppy track 2 in a row and a speed favoring sloppy track in one of those. See if a little freshening could help this one's chances. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, the late pick 5 starts with race number 4. Good luck.
Fillies and mares coming on the track. 4th race at Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Unicorn Cake and Andre Worry. Number 2, Lose Redemption, Kevin Navarro. Number 3, is Idle Gossip and Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Mamba Gigi and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 6, Beauty's Bengal and Joel Cruz. And number 5 is Ruby's Mission, Michael Davila Jr. Post time in approximately 5 minutes. Approaching the starting gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 4. From Finger Lakes, fillies and mares, an allowance race, non-winners of 3. 8-5, number 2, Lose Redemption. 2-1, number 4, Mamba Gigi, both riding 2-race win streaks into today's contest. 3-1 on number 1, Unicorn Cake, making her first start of 2025. Ruby's Mission looks to be the next into line. Then we've got Mamba Gigi and Beauty's Bangle. Mamba Gigi up into line. Beauty's Bangle and Joel Cruz to the outside. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Mamba Gigi who dashes out for the front end. Beauty's Bangle on the outside. Unicorn Cake up the rail in a joint second. Idle Gossip splitting those two in fourth, now up into third, a length off the lead. Lose Redemption's in second last to the inside of Ruby's Mission. Well compact, 3.5 from top to bottom as they make the entry into the turn. Mamba Gigi has the lead. Idle Gossip, blue cap, as it's Beauty's Bangle on the outside. Unicorn Cake in some tight quarters at the fence, but only a length and a half off the lead. It's Ruby's Mission who's in second last, and a length and a half to Lose Redemption who trails the field. Mamba Gigi, Unicorn Cake able to sneak on through towards the inside in second. Idle Gossip 3 wide in third, and then it's Beauty's Bangle as they turn into the stretch. Unicorn Cake gets the lead. Unicorn Cake on top by a length and a half over Mamba Gigi, who's all out in second. Idle Gossip's on the outside third. They run to the 16th pole. It's Unicorn Cake who opens up by 3. Idle Gossip up in the second, but Unicorn Cake your winner. Idle Gossip second, Mamba Gigi third, fourth, Beauty's Bangle. One, 3, 4, and a photo for fourth. Number 1, Unicorn Cake first. Fourth, number 6, Beauty's Bengal. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Unicorn Cake. New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Cloud Computing out of Party Like Grandma. Flower City Racing, Christopher Meyer and Rich Spiesman. The owners as well as the breeders. Jeremiah Engelhardt is the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Unicorn Cake pays $5.60 to win. Fourth race is official. $2 double, $14.20. Exacta, $17.40. 50-cent trifecta, $12.87. Dime superfecta, 1346, the winning combo, $11.05. 50-cent pick 3, $9.15. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. No changes. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Late pick 4 starts on race 5. Post time in 23 minutes at 3:01 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 5. We got about 12 minutes to post for the 5th, which starts that late pick 4. Good effort by Unicorn Cake. Good return to the races. That's the same horse that we saw come in here in August of last year. Coming off the turf, she ran a 2 lifetime, and I think she came up the inside that day too, and she just dominated that field back in August. Today, she looked good, just wrangled in by Andre Worry, waiting for the room inside of Mamba Gigi, and she was best. She gets the victory for Jeremiah Engelhart. Maybe that one's got bigger and better things in her future. 5th race goes the distance of a mile 70, 11 to 9 claimer. Now there's the races to date, never won 4 or 3-year-olds, and you know, looking at it from a pace standpoint, it looks like 30 Oysters figures to be the speed. It's a tough race because a couple of the main contenders here, you think Brother Jeremiah and Dates Freedom, probably the best 2 horses in the race, are the most logical contenders, but they're both off layoffs. Brother Jeremiah and Dates Freedom off since November. Look at Brother Jeremiah first. He cut back to his sprint, not his best distance when last seen, and he just had a horror trip. You could just draw a line through that one. It dropped to this level towards the end of the year after running against some good horses in the allowance conditions. You know, he's got Baris and Allure of Money, New York Anthem, those type of horses when you're running in those allowance conditions. So he got a little class relief at the end of the year and had a couple seconds before the bad trip at the end. So he comes back with a waiver claim. He does have more seconds to thirds of victories, but class-wise, he's better than the horses he's up against here. Just a matter of going the route off the layoff. Same thing with Dates Freedom, though. Dates Freedom also off since November. He had a troubled trip when last seen in November, and he's a different horse when he's in the barn of Ferraro. Notice when he claimed him back, his horse got good all of a sudden again. So class-wise and numbers-wise, he's got an edge on these, but another one making his first start since November. He's getting a lot of play at 7 to 5. Mr. Einstein may have a slight fitness edge considering he got a sprint under his belt before stretching out today. He was running good last year. At least some of his numbers were competitive with Dates Freedom and Brother Jeremiah. And getting that race under him, he's not going to be Pompous Prince, but he might have got something out of the race instead of just making his first start of the year going long. So he could have that edge on the other 2 rivals, and he's at 8 to 1. The speed could be 30 Oysters. If he shoots out to the lead and gets to the rail, that's a good place to be. Inside speed, just the inside in general has been good this week. That 30 Oysters could be in there. You see a lot of rail winners today, and if he can get out there and get there, maybe he could be dangerous in here. Seems a little outclassed by Brother Jeremiah and Dates Freedom, but maybe the track and the fact that those horses have been off could be an equalizer in here, and he is getting some action at 5 to 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race.
Coming on the track, fifth race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Here's your field. Number 1, Brother Jeremiah and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Dates Freedom, Luis Perez. Number 3, Mr. Einstein, Christian Navarro. Number 4, What's My Category, Michael Davila Jr. Number 5 is Central Love and John Barrios. And last but not least, number 6, 30 Oysters and Carlos Camilo aboard. Post time in approximately 5 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, 1 mile and 70 yards. Mr. Einstein into line, half the field loaded up. What's my category? Central Love and 30 Oysters. Four to 5 on Dates Freedom. They're all in the gates. And they're off. A hop in the air at the start for Central Love, who's last. Mr. Einstein and 30 Oysters. These two peel out for the front end. Dates Freedom right behind the speed in third in a nice spot. About 3 lengths off the lead, then another couple of lengths to Brother Jeremiah's to the inside of What's My Category, and Central Love after that bad start's about 13 lengths off the lead. As they circle around the first turn, it's 30 Oysters who's made the front end, the lead's 2 lengths. Mr. Einstein rates in the second spot. Dates Freedom's in third and about 5.5 lengths off the lead, a space of 2. Brother Jeremiah mid-pack in fourth and 3 further lengths to What's My Category, who's about 2.5 lengths in front of Central Love, who's at the back of the pack as they travel up the backstretch. 30 Oysters on top. The lead's 1.5 lengths. Mr. Einstein gets closer in second, as well as Dates Freedom in third, 3 lengths off the lead with a half mile to go. Brother Jeremiah's 4 lengths off the pace and 2 lengths back to What's My Category, who's about 2.5 in front of Central Love, who trails. On to the far turn, 3 furlongs for the winning line. 30 Oysters leads 3 parts of a length. Mr. Einstein contends on the outside second. Brother Jeremiah is up close now in third, 1.5 lengths off the lead. Dates Freedom's under a drive and not responding at this point in time. What's My Category is in second last as they reach the top of the stretch. 30 Oysters drifting out very wide. Brother Jeremiah's on the grandstand side. Mr. Einstein, blue blinkers, battles on, as well as What's My Category is towards the fence in fourth. 16th to go. It's Brother Jeremiah striking the front. Brother Jeremiah from 30 Oysters and Mr. Einstein. It's Brother Jeremiah. Give Joel Cruz 3 on the card. 30 Oysters hold second over Mr. Einstein. Close for fourth. What's My Category or Dates Freedom? One, 6, 3, 4. Number one, Brother Jeremiah first. Mile 70 yards, 145.18. Coming back to the winner's circle, number one, Brother Jeremiah. New York bred, 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Micromanage out of Susie's a Cowgirl. Glass Tips Stable, owner breeder. Jonathan Buckley's the trainer. And Joel Cruz with his third win on the Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. It's official. Brother Jeremiah, $5.60 the winning mutual. Daily double, $20.80. Exacta, $28.20. 50-cent trifecta, $25.50. Dime superfecta, $21.87. Pick 3, $7.20. And the early pick 5, 5 of 5, $592.75. Sixth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch part of an entry, number 1, Mortgage Rate, and scratch number 4, Jitter Juice. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 6 in about 23 minutes at 3:33 p.m.
Okay, got 8 minutes to post for race number 6. That was Brother Jeremiah, ready on return, getting the victory in race number 5. Joel Cruz, who has been on fire, he gets the victory for trainer John Buckley. We'll look at the 6. We scratched a part of entry, the 1, Mortgage Rate, also scratched the 4, Jitter Juice. Looking at, it is a pretty wide open race, but looking at the 7, Ribbons and Medals. Obviously, Cabercoa starting his vacation. Louis Perez will pick up the mount. A lot more seconds than first, but this horse ran his best race of the year last time, running and tangling with Emerald Forest. The two of them went to the wire together, and that was a big effort. Emerald Forest would be favored against this field, so he's been getting better with every start and every trip over the track, and he's a logical horse in here with the stalking trip. Look at the 3, Gonna Be Dancing. Gonna Be Dancing actually ran pretty decently considering he finished off the board. He ran evenly in that last race, made a nice outside move, but then kind of flattened out. He didn't tire, he didn't make any ground up late, but he was right there against similar horses, and a couple of them passed him late. But other than that, he's been getting closer and very competitive against similar horses. He could be a top 3 threat in here, and he's a little bit of a price. Then I got to look at the 8, Busting Credit. Probably better than these horses, but he is off a layoff since October. He's in for the waiver claim as he dropped to 5 at the end of the year. He's a big threat in here as well. So they're about to go on the track for race number 6. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in here.
Horses on the track for race 6 from Finger Lakes. Remaining part of the entry leads the post parade. The 1A Production Credit and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Smokin' Alone and Heman Harkey. Number 3, Gonna Be Dancing and Michael Davila Jr. Number 5 is Smooth Tails, Andre Worry. Number 6, Son of Darkness, J.M. Rohina. Number 7, Ribbons and Medals, Luis Perez. And number 8, Busting Credit, Jeremias Flores is the rider. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 5.5 furlongs. 3-2 on number 7, Ribbons and Medals. 8-5 on number 8, Busting Credit. Son of Darkness taking his place in line, Ribbons and Medals. And then Busting Credit to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A picture perfect start. Production Credit and Son of Darkness, these two barrel out for the front end. Busting Credit outside third, Ribbons and Medals fourth. Gonna be Dancing, advancing up the inside into the top 4. 6th place Smoking Alone, and 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half back to Smooth Tails, who will have to pass them all at the tail of the field. Production Credit and Son of Darkness battle on the front end. Gonna be Dancing tracks in third, and then in fourth, that is Busting Credit. Ribbons and Medals is urged in fifth and 6.5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Smoking Alone, and Smooth Tails trails the field. The top 3 within a half length of each other as they arrive at the quarter pole. Production Credit whips them in. Gonna be Dancing is on the outside as Son of Darkness drops back as it's Busting Credit launching a rally on the outside. Ribbons and Medals, red blinkers on the stand side. 1 furlong to go, and it's Busting Credit. Busting Credit alongside Production Credit, and it's Busting Credit able to overhaul Production Credit, and it's Busting Credit who will be visiting the winner's circle. Close for second. Smoking Alone comes out of nowhere to get in a photo with production credit, and then it was Smooth Tails. Number 8, Busting Credit first. It's a photo for second. 5.5 furlongs, 105.67. To the winner's circle, number 8, Busting Credit. New York bred, 6-year-old bay gelding by Boston Stones out of accrediting. Paul Barrow, owner trainer Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Anthony DePaula and Susan DePaula bred Busting Credit. Second goes to number 2, Smoking Alone. Third, number 1A, Production Credit. Fourth, number 5, Smooth Tails. 8-2-1A5 in race 6. Prices: Busting Credit $6.90 to win. Double $25. Exacta $174.50. 50-cent try $230.75. Dime Super $189.95. Pick 4 4 of 4. $34.62. Seventh race. Put Rafael Regina Jr. on number 7, Champagne Sunrise. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double Wagering. Post time race 7 in 22 minutes at 4:05 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 7. It's our feature race of the day. That was after Buston Credit had a nice return to the races and got a victory in race number 6. Now we look at the 7th, and this is an optional claiming allowance. $30,000 is the claiming price. It is a purse of $26,000, probably the best $26,500 purse you'll ever see. This race has been the best race of the year. You got some stakes caliber horses in here. Actually, you got horses that have won the Memorial Day stake, the George Barker Stakes, the last 3 years. Talking about Tacony Road, who won it this year. Jack and Bernie was the best sprinter on the grounds, won it last year. And Disco Dino pulled off that big upset in the George Barker back in May of 2023, despite a long layoff. Was 37-1 that day. Well, here we go again with some really nice horses running against each other. He also got Ladies Golden Guy, who ran second in the Barker behind Tacony Road, the stablemate of Jack and Bernie. Now, Jack and Bernie is the favorite right now at odds of 1-2. Well, he didn't run much last year. He only had 2 starts here at Finger Lakes off the layoff, and he won the Barker off the layoff, beating Flying Emperor, a former Barker winner, and then he came back and took care of business in an allowance race. Tried Saratoga and just missed against a really tough group in that race. Of course, I thought he was going to win that race. It was very close. Now he comes back off the layoff, and he's been off a long time. He's been off since August of last year, so there is some vulnerability, and maybe there's a reason why he's skipped the Barker to get fit, a little more fit for his first start of the year. And this is it. I mean, if he runs back to his form, he can beat these. He's very quick. He's very good. But again, he's also been off a long time. If you're thinking about 1-2, the 5 Disco Dino, he's run some big races from time to time, including the Barker victory off the layoff. But he also won a race at Saratoga that was kind of a surprise. He won at 34-1 that day. The more surprise was how he won. Caber kept him a little bit off the pace, and he made a run in there. He's normally a horse that's in the race, usually battling it out on the front end, like he won the Barker back in 2023. But he'll be out there close up with Jack and Bernie, and he might be the main threat. I basically got the 2-speed number coming off the layoff because they seem like the 2 best horses in the race. Ladies Golden Guy is the stablemate, and if you're looking for somebody that might get a trip, might be Ladies Golden Guy. Remember, he sent hard to duel with Looms Boldly in the Barker just to keep that horse from getting loose. Well, he had to sacrifice himself a little bit to do those fractions and left him vulnerable for the closer, which was Tacony Road, who ended up upsetting him at the wire. Well, he doesn't have to run like that this time. Jack and Bernie is the speed, and he can raid off of his stablemate and try to make a run, which could put him in position, especially if Jack and Bernie comes up short. He could be the one as insurance for the breed barn to close and get the victory, and he could get first run on his rival Tacony Road this time. But again, he's got to hope if his stablemate does battle a Disco Dino that he does get that kind of a trip, and it's very possible. And again, this horse is back. I mean, this is a former stakes winner himself, winning the Leon Reed a couple times, that he came back, ran big, and he did run a solid second. He may have run the best race in the George Barker, putting away Looms Boldly, believing himself vulnerable for the closer. Different tactics today should put him right there. He's a threat. Tacony Road, can lightning strike twice. He will. It looks like he'll get a little bit of pace to run at here. May not be the same type of race. It may actually be a tougher race than the Barker race that he won. But at least you know he can beat these types with that victory, and he can add Lasix back. He could make a run. He's going to be a price, but he won't be. Well, maybe he will be. He's 13-1 right there. Maybe he could get twice in a row at a big price. So Tacony Road, very well bred, but can he get the kind of trip that he needs again? Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in our feature race of the card. It is a good one. We got Jack and Bernie making his return, Disco Dino making his return. A few stakes winners entered in this good allowance race.
On the track, 7th race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Pompous Prince, Michael Davila Jr., the rider. Number 2 is Tacony Road, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 3, The Institute, and Luis Perez. Number 4, Ladies Golden Guy, and Nazario Alvarado. Number 5 is Disco Dino and Sofia Vives. Number 6, Jack and Bernie and Joel Cruz. And number 7 is Champagne Surprise. And a jockey change to Rafael Rohina Jr. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. A strong optional claiming allowance race. Field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. Favorite at 2 to 5, number 6, Jack and Bernie. Winner of the 2024 George W. Barker Stakes here at Finger Lakes. The 2025 winner, Tacony Road, is in this race, as well as the 2023 George W. Barker winner, Disco Dino. So some top sprinters from the Empire State in this race. Disco Dino going up and in. Jack and Bernie and Champagne Surprise. Jack and Bernie's in. Champagne Surprise to the outside. We're ready for a start. And they're off. Slight hop in the air at the start for Tacony Road, but a great start off the layout. Jack and Bernie, who rushes out to a 2-length lead in just a few strides. Disco Dino bridges the gap in second, and then it's Ladies Golden Guy off the pace today in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Pompous Prince is next. Tacony Road is towards the inside. A margin of about 4 lengths to the Institute is about 1.5 lengths in front of Champagne Surprise, who trails the field as they get ready to take on the turn. It's Jack and Bernie, the favorite, who has a lead by just about a length. Disco Dino's outside in second, and then it's Tacony Road, who races in third. Ladies Golden Guy in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Then 3 lengths back to the Institute, who kicks on through towards the inside of Pompous Prince, and 5 lengths to Champagne Surprise, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Jack and Bernie, who's homeward bound, has a lead by 1.5 lengths too. Disco Dino's under left-handed pressure in second. Tacony Road up the inside. Ladies Golden Guy on the outside. wide. Then it's the Institute, but with the 16th to go, Jack and Bernie is home free. Jack and Bernie will give jockey Joel Cruz's fourth on the card. Tacony Road gets second. Over Ladies Golden Guy in a photo. Pompous Prince rallied on the outside for a minor award. Six, 2, 4, 3. The Institute gets fourth. It's official. 240. The winning mutual on Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie now 7 for 10 lifetime. New York bred 5-year-old bay gelding by Destin out of Betty's Chance. Sherry Washburn is the owner. Deborah Breed, the trainer. And Joel Cruz, the riding star today here at Finger Lakes. 4 wins on the Wednesday card for Joel Cruz. Double, $12.40. Exacta, $15.40. 50-cent try, $10.55. Dime Super, $6.50. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time in 19 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
Are getting ready to conclude the racing week and this racing card after a sensational effort by Jack and Bernie on the return. And yeah, he broke to the front, and it was over. Joel Cruz having another big day, having a good season as Joel Cruz. He gets the victory for Jack and Bernie. Man, he's been the best sprinter on the grounds the last couple of years, and he proved his stuff today. And man, much the best. Congratulations to the connections, including Sherry Washburn. Remember, that was that one. Winston's Chance was the other one, the sibling to that one. That one was a pretty good one as well. All right, we look at the last race. First, a reminder, we don't run again until Monday. Next live card will be Monday. We do have our annual banquets coming up on Friday. We'll be able to announce all the winners from last year, all the top performers, including Horse of the Year. Okay, last race, 5,000 claimer. We'll start with the outside because that's the one that's getting a lot of the early play. Right now at odds of 8-5 is Brock Moninoff. He's got speed. That's the name of the game. Brock Moninoff got a little tired, came up a little bit short in his first start of the year. It was the deep closer, Nutsy, that went by him all as he got a little bit tired going 5.5. Goes a little further today, but you got to think he's going to be sharper, getting that race under his belt. And he's quick early. If he's able to get to the front in here, and he is quick, he may be tough to catch in this last race. So he's getting a lot of play. Main threat does look like the 6 Old Man Winner. Old Man Winner dropped to 5,000 last time in the same race as Brock Moninoff, so he'll be stalking the pace. He's got to hope that one comes up a little bit short on the front end again, but he did encounter, I guess, a little bit of trouble. He was on the rail and opted to try to get off the rail and actually lost a little bit of momentum and then waited behind horses for a little while before finally asking in the stretch, and Nutsy had already got momentum on him and went by. So with the right kind of trip, you got to think that he's going to be in the mix. But again, he's got to hope that Brock Moninoff backs up to him a little bit. Then you got Norgay. He's a consistent horse, maybe more of an underneath type in this spot, as he'll have a similar trip as last time, but he'll have a nice rail trip, which could put him in contention and a good spot to at least make it into your try. Exacta Try and Super is offered in race number 8. They're going on the track, about 6 minutes post.
Horses coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Norgay and John Barrios. Number 2 is Gliding a Fleet, Jose Baez. Number 3, Maddie's Express and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Baybank, Andre Worry, the riding assignment. Number 5, Captain of My Heart, and Nazario Alvarado. We'll skip to the 7, Brock Moninoff and Jeremias Flores. And number 6, Old Man Winner, and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. 2-1 on both number 6, Old Man Winter, and number 7, Brock Monanoff. 7-2 on Norgay, the inside. Runner. Loading up. Maddie's Express into line. Bay Bank. Captain of My Heart. Old Man Winter and Brock Monanoff. Brock Monanoff to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start, Brock Monanoff, who goes out for the lead. Baybank, though, will accompany that one early on in second. Then in third, Old Man Winter. Captain of My Heart emerges in fourth, 5.5 lengths off the lead, a gap of 3. Maddie's Express is to the outside, a gliding of Fleet, and another 3.5 lengths to Norgay, who's in the 7th and trailing position. Brock Monanoff on top by 3 parts of a length. Old Man Winter up into second. Baybank defers in third, and then it's Captain of My Heart towards the inside in fourth, a length to Gliding a Fleet, mid-pack in fifth. Further out is Maddie's Express, and Norgay will circle up on the outside. Norgay's out of last. Norgay's up into fourth and 4 lengths off the lead. 2.5 furlongs to go. Brock Monanoff on top by a half length over Old Man Winter in second. Bay Bank and Norgay range up to the outside, third and fourth. Captain My Heart towards the inside, fifth as they turn into the stretch. Brock Monanoff shrugs off Old Man Winter with 1.5 furlongs to go. Brock Monanoff, though, is under some heavy pressure as Old Man Winter comes back for more. Maddie's Express making progress up the inside. Deep stretch. Old Man Winter overhauling Brock Monanoff. Old Man Winter wins the nightcap at Finger Lakes. Brock Monanoff second, close for third. Maddie's Express or Norgay. 6731, number 6, Old Man Winter first. To the winner's circle, number 6, Old Man Winter. Kentucky bred 8-year-old chestnut gelding by Munnings out of Never Said I Was Sweet. James Aquilano, owner trainer. Michael DeVilla Jr., the winning jockey. Red Oak stable bred, Old Man Winter. It's official. $9.60, the winning mutual. Daily double, $10. Exacta, $31.60. 50-cent try, $26.75. Dime Superfectus, $7.62. 50-cent pick 3, $17.62. Pick 4, $47.87. Pick 5, $131.25. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. No live racing until Monday of next week. First post 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a fabulous evening.